Hello, everyone. We are here for Tuesday Night Sprints with Friends, and I have Jess with me tonight. I'm so excited. We will also be having Katie later, who is my counterpart for Get a Clue. But Katie's like 3 hours, so it'll be a bit before Katie joins us because time zones are a thing. And
No.
time zones, it's hard. And I'm in like the earliest one. Like Atlantic is so early, so
Yeah.
it's fine. Let us know what you're doing or reading this evening while you're with us. But Jess, what are you doing?
I will be reading Witches by Brenda Lozano. I have about 70 pages left. This is my in-person book club book, and we meet tomorrow after work. So, gotta finish that.
Yes.
And I will be working on sketching out, or maybe even filling out, my bullet journal while I listen. Because I have an audiobook.
Isn't that lovely?
Yes, I can do other things.
It's so nice. I'm finally through the collab video that's coming out this Saturday. I did a collab with Neva and Bree that's coming out on Saturday, and all the books had no audiobook.
Ooh.
And I had a few arcs that I also had to read, which also had no audiobooks. So I had to physically read so many books this month, and I immersion read most of my reads. So it was a hard month. And I'm like, no. If it doesn't have an audiobook for the rest of the month, it's just
I do these little ones like the kids books. I obviously these are with my eyeballs.
Yeah.
But like the writing is huge, so I can read it.
Yeah.
But I have to read this one by the end of the month, and it's mass market paperback, and the writing is so tiny, and I'm just like, I can't.
Like, I can't do it. That's the nice thing when I read on Kindle. At least I can adjust the font size. God bless.
That's a good point.
Because then I can make it bigger. Because there was a book, Dark Corners was like that. I had the arc of Dark Corners, and the regular pages were fine, but when it was the podcast episodes, they made the font smaller, and I was like, why is this so small? Make bigger. So for tonight, I need to finish a short story in Dracula's Guest, and then I will be at the end of part 1, which was my goal for today. So that's going to be my first sprint, is to finish this. And then I'm going to be reading Tunnel of Bones by Victoria Schwab.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I'm excited to continue the series. So nice middle grade, light, easy. That's what I need tonight. So I'll finish the gothic horror first, and then I will go to the other one. It's fine. The classic gothic horror, which thankfully I have an audiobook for, because it's written in like the 1800s, some of these short stories, and I'm like, I need something. It's good, like the stories are good, but like the language it's written like a classic, so like an audiobook is needed for me to get through it, for sure.
This is translated from Spanish and is a literary novel. So your girl is struggling. But I am enjoying it, and that is at least a good part.
Yes, you're trying to also read 31 books this month. Is that correct?
Yes, this is book 21, so I'm a little behind, but not by much. So
you got it. You've got it. I have faith in you.
I have 4 of these I can read.
Right. You can definitely like always be like, and now's the time for a graphic novel or a manga or something, just to like.
I try to be specific and like to get things that are actually like on my radar, on my TBR.
Yeah.
Because I have that bad habit that most of us have where we're like, it's a spooky book and like, I'm saving it for October. And I do that with so many books. So once October comes around, I'm like, I'm reading everything I can get my hands on.
I do that with Christmas books too. I'm like, oh, I'll save it for Christmas. And then like I have way too many Christmas romances that I can read at Christmas.
I say I am the trashiest person on the planet. I reread Dash and Lily's Book of Dares every year at Christmas time.
Love.
Like they're not even like that great of a series, really.
No, but it's like cozy.
It's like for some reason I'm from the Midwest, and for some reason in the Midwest we glorify Christmas in New York. Never been there, never experienced it, couldn't tell you what it's like, but like we see it so much in movies and TV
Mhm.
shows that it's just like Christmas in New York feels like home. It's like comforting. It's pure Christmas. I don't know why. I'm from Ohio. I don't get it.
It's kind of the same here, to be honest. Canada is the same thing. I think you're right. It's like movies like are classically set at Christmas in New
Yeah.
York, and I'm like, I've never been, but I'm sure it's magical.
That was one of the best things about the Dash and Lily Netflix adaptation. They were
Oh,
like at a party and they were talking about how wrong people get it with all of like the Christmas in New York. And they're like, you can't physically go from this place to experience both of these things in the same day. It's not happening. Like, I love it.
they did a
Here
good
for it.
job with that adaptation.
It was really good. I'm surprised they didn't continue it,
Me too. Yeah,
but it's Netflix and that's how they roll.
they do that. They have a tendency to be like, here's one season and it's good, and then we'll never make another.
Don't hope you want to watch more because you won't get any.
You're not going to get it. And then they'll run the same show that nobody cares about for seasons upon seasons upon seasons. It's fine.
We'll be okay.
It's fine. Let's see who's here in the comments. We've got Bree. Hi, Bree. At my son's practice, but will be joining when I get home. Sounds lovely. I hope he has a good practice. Good morning, Nicole. I'm doing good today. How are you? Currently not reading. I mean, it's very early in the morning. What time is it? 8 a.m. it's still early. But doing some prep work for the Craft Channel Patreon and organizing a few things for a secret project. I know you can't tell me what your secret project is like on the sprints, but can I know what it is like behind the scenes? Or is it the one that I already know about from someone else?
Can you tell me in secret or do I already know?
It's kind of one of those things where like, can I convey what I know without saying what I know? You know? I love it. I love talk on stream sometimes. It's like I'm winking. Hi, Christina. Thank you so much for hitting the like. I so appreciate it. Hi, Danny. How are you? Hope you are all having a good evening. We are. Hi, Zoe. Everyone's saying hi to each other in the comments. I love it. Gonna go grab a book so I can join in. Yes. What book are you gonna read? Let me know what you pick. Or if you need help picking, we can be your council of choosers, because I love doing that for other people. Now, if you ask me to pick a book for myself, I have decision anxiety and can't, but that's why I have a TBR game. Hi, Hillary. Having soup and toast for supper right now. That sounds yummy. Reading Bright Lights Big Christmas, since there's a million other people waiting to read it on my library's Libby. See, Christmas books. I feel like because it's different for those living in the States, because you guys still have Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
But like we're done. After Halloween, we have nothing until Christmas. So we can like start Christmas early.
I mean, I'm not opposed to starting Christmas early. And believe me, there are people who do. There are people who put up a Christmas tree in July and leave it up until February. Like they take it down for a month instead of leaving it up for a month. But
That's
I'm still enjoying fall
Mhm.
for like at least the beginning half of November.
Yeah.
The second half, you know.
We put up our Christmas tree. So Remembrance Day is November 11th. So we do like our remembering in the morning. And then after like 11 o'clock, when we do the hour of silence and stuff, we always put up our Christmas tree.
We always do ours the weekend of Thanksgiving. So whenever
Whatever
Thanksgiving rolls around, yep, we do Christmas trees. Though the past few years, my mom has gone to Florida. She winters in Florida now. And so will I put up Christmas decorations? Maybe. Maybe not.
See how it goes. I have to, or my son would lose his mind. He's like, it's Christmas now. And I'm like,
Yes. I don't have small children in my house, so I don't have to, but I want to.
I have to. I absolutely have to, because he's already like started his Christmas list. And I'm
He's
like,
ready.
oh, we're doing it early this year. Hi, Kelsey. Reading After the End, hoping to finish it tonight. I'm around 50% in. Well, we've got lots of sprints for you to finish that up. Hello, caved in reading A Court of Thorns and Roses. I have yet to cave into this, but a lot of people have.
It might be a good cave. You might like it in there.
This is true. I still haven't finished Throne of Glass. Like, I'm so behind on Sarah J. Maas.
I read I finished book 2 and then gave all of my copies to my best friend because she was reading them and enjoying them, and I was like, if I ever get to these, I stupidly also bought all of the audiobooks on Audible, so I own all of them on audiobook, and so I was like, so one day if I decide to read them, it's fine.
You got it.
Have a whole nice collection.
Nice. Yeah, I read Assassins the collection, the
Okay.
story collection, and I haven't continued, so I need to at some point. Someday I will. Norway here, first live. Welcome. Reading Running Grave. I'm a bit chilly, but I have been getting stuff done today. Very good. It's good to have a productive day. Hi, Tina. Reading Fatal Fudge Swirl by Mary Allen, and I'm hoping to clean my room because it's so messy, and I've slept in the living room the past couple of days. Are you feeling better, Tina? I know you had a cold or some sort of illness, so I hope you're feeling better. I'm about to have to head back to campus for a meeting. Boo. I'm sorry you have to go back to work. That sucks. Once you leave, you should be done for the day. That should be the rule. But it is only 3 p.m. there. That's cool. Still. But while I drive, I'm listening to a Halloween cozy. Nice. A lot of people have been reading Halloween cozies. I feel left out.
I think I'm going to save the Halloween cozies for next month. Maybe. Who knows? I'm going to be doing whatever my clues tell me I have to read. So,
right.
While trying to write a book.
I made a TBR and I was like, who knows if I'm going to get to any of these because I'm at the whims of Rainy.
Right. Which seems unfair. Well, why are we doing this to ourselves?
I mean, I'm sure it will be fun chaos. As Amazing Readathon was fun chaos. But I did Timmy's TBR. It goes out tomorrow. Everyone can watch it, and guaranteedly there's no guarantee I read any of those books. So we'll hope for the best. In August, I read about half of the Timmy's TBR books during Amazing Readathon. Near the end of the month, though, once I had used the kind of more general ones for the earlier prompts, those last prompts were harder to because I'd used up the ones that would work for those. Yeah.
I was reading things I had zero interest in reading because I was like, I don't even, what? I have nothing.
I was like scouring my bookshelves, finding a book that I had been on there for who knows how long, and I'd forgot that I owned it, and was like, "I'll read that."
And my unread shelves are not that large anymore, so it was mostly going to like the Hoopla app and seeing what was available and what was short and fit the prompt.
Right.
Oh, there we go. All right, that's the one we're reading.
Done.
That one'll work.
It'll be a whole other month of that. You're on Team Plum, right? I lost you to Purple.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'll forgive you.
Listen, I asked in the chat who wanted me because I am cursed and every team I'm on always comes in dead last. And I was like, who wants to be cursed? And Brianna was like, I'll take you. So, I mean, I just joined the team that was willing to take me.
That's very fair. I am just excited not to be on the largest team because anytime I am on the last 2 readathons I hosted, I was the largest team and I lost both times.
It doesn't matter if I'm on the largest team, the smallest team, if they're all even, if my team has an advantage. If I am on the team, you are losing.
Maybe it's me. Maybe it's not the size. Maybe I'm the problem.
Sorry, Professor Plum team. We are in trouble.
You're in trouble.
And it's like and it's not even that I don't read the books because I mean I read like 22 books in August.
So many books.
I'm like, I don't know.
It's fine. We are so behind on the comments, so I'm gonna whip through the hellos a little bit quicker because I just realized how far behind we were. Reading Sour Candy. Hi, Jean. Reading Icebreaker with me next month. Nice. Going back to the Shifter Romance. Sounds good. Yesterday, I downloaded a game I used to play through the first sprint, probably doing that. Nice. Hi, Jen. A House with Good Bones. Nice. Book has been grabbed. How to Sell a Haunted House. Have fun with the puppets. Demi was just reading this and I was like, oh dear. Have you ever encountered someone in a group book or a booktuber who pretended to have read a book they actually didn't read? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No. Or if they have pretended, they pretended very well and I didn't know.
Right.
Which is possible for sure. Death in Our Hands. So I'll finish that soon. Nice. Hi, Steph. Reading Belladonna. Only 100 pages left. You got it. Oh. Hello. Reading Tin Man. Has anyone read it? I have not. I don't even know what it is other than that I'm assuming it's a Wizard of Oz something.
Seems logical.
That's where my brain went. I could have gone a wrong way, but you know, that's where I went. Listening to Witchborn while getting stuff done, then reading The Red Garden by Alice Hoffman while cuddling my quilt. Very nice.
Excellent.
I know Jess is a rock star, taking on 31 and 31. Rock star. Agreed. I need October to be like 3 months long so I can read all the books, all the spooky books that we hold off. You know, it's fine. Hi, Ro. How are you? Long time no see. It's the same here in England. New York at Christmas looks amazing. I just want the house that they move into at the end of the Miracle on 34th Street. Yes. It is the thing I know. Look at me in the know. I knew it. Hi, Vanessa. How are you? Reading A Marvelous Light. And we'll go to A Restless Truth next. Nice. Hi, Bree. Just got back from getting your nails done. Ooh. I love getting my nails done. That's always so exciting. I don't do it very often because I tend to like break them 5 minutes after I get them done, but it's fine. Right. It's just not. Fragile by Lisa Unger. You are very close to done. What's that? Like under 50 pages. You can definitely finish that tonight. Absolutely. Mentally, Christmas. The holiday season begins in September. But I feel like Christmas really begins in November. Yeah, that's fair. Read the HOA rules, and they said you can't put up your Christmas decorations until 30 days prior. I would assume that means your outdoor decorations, though.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I don't do my outdoor decorations on November. Just do my tree. Keep my Halloween decorations up on my front door through Thanksgiving in protest of early Christmas decorating. I'm sorry. But technically, I don't have my Thanksgiving's over. So once Halloween's over, there's nothing left.
It's freedom.
Yeah. There's nothing left to be done. Taken down by January 15th. An hour of silence for Thanksgiving. No, I meant an hour of we do a minute of silence, 2 minutes of silence on Remembrance Day for like World War II veteran or whatever. All the veterans, not just World War II, but all of them.
Because they don't have Thanksgiving in November.
Right. We don't have Thanksgiving in November. We have an early October. I'm surprised it hasn't snowed yet in Ontario. We luckily do not get snow until like January here, thankfully. Keep my Halloween decorations up all year. I love that for you.
I mean, most of mine are up all year too, but that's just because I'm pagan. So, just comes with the territory.
Sure. Mom loves Thanksgiving, and all the holidays for us siblings come together is Thanksgiving. We celebrate, but it's a pre-gaming for Christmas. A Power Unbound is out on November 9th. That's exciting. To be fair, I have trash taste, and if there are fae, I'm 90% chance of liking it. I mean, that's a mood. I support this.
Same.
I live near a man who puts up large holiday blow-up decorations all year. Large bunnies, pumpkins, witches, Santa Clauses, reindeer, leprechauns all over his yard the whole year long. I mean, that's a bit excessive. That's a lot. That's a lot. But I mean, at least he's having a good time.
Yeah.
Definitely feeling better. Went to the doctor and was tested for strep and COVID, both negative. Well, I'm glad they were both negative.
That's good.
because neither of those are fun times.
No.
Need to film it and then read Legends and Lattes. Ooh.
Excited to see how Brie fares with that.
Have you read it?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
I loved it, which is weird because I don't like slow books, and it is slow. But I had a fantastic time. So
I want to read it. I just haven't gotten there yet. There's so many books, so little time.
fair.
It's so many. Not making a TBR, but have a pile of possibilities. We are at the mercy of Rainy. We really are. Team White. Bree's the biggest team this time. Good luck. It could be me. It might not be the big team. But apparently it's Jess. So like I don't know if you have any hope.
At least we know one of us will not be cursed this time because we can't both be in last place.
But we can both lose.
We can both lose. You're right.
We can both lose. Go Team Plum. They're going to try to break the curse. We'll see. Going to read a boring library book club book. It's set in rural New Brunswick in the 1920s. I have an audiobook, though, so hopefully that helps. Well, I hope you can get through it. New Brunswick is where I live, if that helps you at all. It's a coming-of-age romance.
Okay.
Interesting. I don't know. My brain just went Wizard of Oz.
Me too.
That's just where I went.
Man made of 10. Absolutely.
Man, Wizard of Oz. I'm a retelling lady. Like, that's just where we went. We have a family tradition that our tree. I'm sorry if you can hear banging. I don't know if you can hear that. But my son is dancing. Literally above me.
He's having a good time.
Hello.
He's having a good time. That's what kids are supposed to do.
He's putting on a concert upstairs for his grandparents, and that's what you're hearing. We're going to go into a sprint in a second anyway. I'm sure the concert won't last the whole sprint.
She hopes. The grandparents hope.
We all hope. Who knows? Do a dragon reading vlog. I'd gladly watch. I should do a dragon reading vlog. I have enough dragon books to definitely do that. Have a friend that lives in Canada, so she was telling me about her Thanksgiving in October. Yeah, we do it early. I like that it's like kind of its own separate thing away from Christmas. Yeah, he's dancing, having a good time. Living incredibly close to New Brunswick. That's how I know it's going to be boring.
Well,
it's like nothing happens here. What could the book be about? We are at the end of the comments though, which is shocking that I got up. That I sped through those. I did. I was like, whoa, we have a lot. But let's go for a sprint so I can hopefully see. Oh, that's not what I wanted.
Your face is giant.
That was not what I was going for at all. Not even a little bit. But I will see everyone in 45 minutes. Hello. I still have 7 pages left of that short story that I
Oh,
finished because I had to be an audience member in a concert for a little longer than I had anticipated.
it's fair. It's
So,
fair.
that's parenting for you, and that's what I had to do first, and I didn't quite finish, but I'll finish in the next sprint, which is fine, and then I'll move on to B. Schwab. But how did you do, Jess?
I 100% did not read anything because that's how I roll.
Mhm.
But I watched a couple of YouTube videos and worked on plannering.
Nice. I actually saw I was like, "Oh, Jess on the Discord."
Yeah.
Then I was like, "Oh, it's planner stuff," which I would love to be a planner person, but I'm not yet a planner person. Um, but I would love to. I'm just not very artistic, and I feel like that holds me back from doing a planner.
I just buy stickers and
That's what I would have to do. Yeah.
I mean this was July.
Hold on, I'm gonna make you big so I can see it. Ooh, I see. I love that.
But, like these are stickers and like this is a sticker and then I just drew boxes and colored every other line.
Now, see, that's doable. That I can handle.
Ta-da.
I can do that. Sometimes I watch some people's like bullet journaling stuff and I'm like, it could never be. I do not have the skills for that.
Me either.
I do not have the artistic skills for any of that.
Yeah.
Just not my gifting in life. We did have a few people leave during that sprint and join, so let's go through those comments. Danny, I'm sure you're already gone, but we will definitely keep your cat and dog company. Thank you for leaving me on for watch hours. It's much appreciated. Steph is going to go eat dinner. We'll be back for the next chat session. And Christina, you may or may not still be here. It depends on if you lose your power. I hope that you don't lose your power.
Agreed.
Thank you for being here if you have lost it. And I will just fingers crossed that you keep it for the night, but because no power is just such an inconvenience.
It's not fun.
It's really not fun. Luckily, a few years back, there was an ice storm about 2 winters ago where we had freezing rain for 3 days here straight. And to say I have never seen the world so encased in ice as 'tis 3 days of freezing rain, I have never. And frankly, there was no way anybody was keeping power after 3 days of freezing rain. Like, no, it was just not going to happen. Trees came down, power lines came down, the world became an ice sculpture, and it was bad. And we had no power for 8 days. And it was so cold in this house. We were worried that we were gonna have like pipes burst, like it was cold. And Canada in winter. So we
Yeah.
ended up buying a generator like the week later.
Just for the next time.
I was like, can't live that life again. Can't do that. Nope. So now we have a generator, which is very lovely. And now I'm those people because I remember during that ice storm, the people that you could see in their house and they had lights on. I'm like, now I'm those people.
Now I'm those people.
Now I'm those people.
I think ours was, I can't remember if it was last winter or the winter before, but there was a huge ice storm and we were without power. They said it was going to be up to 3 weeks and it ended up only being about 8 or 9 days.
Still only 8 or 9 days. That's so long still.
But I work in town and the roads weren't that bad after the first 4 or 5 days. They just didn't have the power back up.
Mhm.
So, I work in a plumbing shop, so we have a shower and stuff in there, like, in case the guys need it.
Mhm.
So, like, I would go to work and take a shower, and, like, I would just stay there after work until later in the evening, like, do all of my internet stuff,
Mhm.
and then just come home to sleep in the dark.
Right.
And we have a wood stove, so it was warm in the
Nice.
house.
That's nice.
So it wasn't awful, but it was a lot of nights of, like, playing puzzles and cards and
Mhm.
board games
Yeah.
until it got too dark to see.
Right.
So
Yeah. It was so much ice. So now I'm a generator girly and I love it. Could never now I could never go without. Like I'm spoiled and could not live that life otherwise. Hello, Rainy. Reading The Return by Rachel Harrison. Can tell this is her debut. I'm not loving it, but we will see how it progresses. 45% in. Also, for anyone who was in the comments earlier when we were talking about the Clue Readathon, I didn't really explain what that was. We just kind of talked about it. If you don't know what the Get a Clue Readathon is, it's a readathon, starts in November. From what we were talking about, it's going to be fun, chaos. We're going to have a great time. And it's hosted by this person right here in the comments, Rainy. So go subscribe to Rainy. The video is fairly new, a couple of videos back, and it has all the details. And might I suggest joining Team Scarlet? But that's just me. I'm sure people in the comments and also Jess would argue against that, but
I won't argue against anyone joining any team they want. So I'm not the captain of a team this time, so I don't have to convince people. I get to take this one off. I get to take it off. I get to just be like, join whatever team you want. Have a fun time.
It's true. Got to 49% and did some diamond painting. Very nice. Also dealing with a cranky baby girl. She had 3 shots today. Oh, poor baby. That's hard.
Cranky baby.
That's hard. I mean, she has a right to be cranky.
I would be too.
Exactly. I would be not happy either.
I would also be grumpy.
Hi, Christy. Just joined in the last sprint. I ate and talked to my boyfriend before reading How to Sell a Haunted House. A lot of people are reading that now. Demi was reading it in sprints earlier too. I'm at page 176, and it's just plain creepy. Yeah, that's what Demi was saying as well. I knew there were puppets, and then I heard that the puppets are like it has a voice in the audiobook.
I gave up on Hendrik's books after like the 3rd or 4th one. They just don't land for me.
That's fair.
I think he's a fantastic human. Like, he was one of our panelists when we did Social Distance Book Fest in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like a fantastic human. He was fun to talk to. He was great. But like, I just don't like his books. So I wish I did.
Yeah, I've had good and bad, and I'm not a horror person, so the fact that I have good probably doesn't say much about the horror of Hendrik's, just because
I guess I don't like the humor part of it. Like
that's what I do like.
His horror always has a bit of a humorous part to it, and I don't like that part of it. Like I want it to pick a lane.
That's fair. I think I like it because I'm not a horror person, so the humor makes it more palatable. However, We Sold Our Souls, I could never do that again. That was
You can only sell your soul once, so
that was I still don't know what happened in that book. I messaged Rainy and was like, tell me what happened, and Rainy couldn't tell me, and I went, well, then there's that.
No one who read it knows.
Like, I don't understand what happened. Listened to 2 chapters and realized I zoned out for all of it. So I'll have to go back to that sprint. I've done that before. I've definitely been like, what happened? What did I listen to? Just use stickers for my planner also, not artistic ability. Yeah, I don't have any artistic ability either. So that maybe I just need to embrace the sticker life.
I just draw straight lines. That's all I got.
I could do that.
I have a ruler.
I could do that. Also need to finish filming my Clue Readathon Rex for tomorrow. I'm excited to see that video.
Same.
If anyone else needs Clue Rex after you watch Rainy's video, might I suggest watching Leandra's, because Leandra put out an hour-long recommendations video for all the
videos we watch.
And it's a fantastic video, and it's an hour long, and there's so many recommendations, and my TBR went up by so many books.
I haven't watched it yet, but it is on the list. That's why I was like, I could listen to this book that I need to read by tomorrow, or I could procrastinate and watch YouTube videos that I need to catch up on.
Always procrastinate for at least a little bit. Yeah. I mean, I think of watching YouTube as part of being a booktuber. Like, I have to do it. So therefore it's not procrastinating, because it's like part of work. Does that make sense? Like, that's how I justify it.
It would be if they were booktube videos and not cooking videos.
That's true.
I have to eat though. So
me too. So that's not procrastinating. That's looking ahead.
I was looking to find things to make for dinner for this weekend.
That's you being ahead for the weekend.
Yeah.
There you go. I can justify anything. Hello, Lexi. Just got home from dinner with my dad and stepmom, hoping to get some editing done first. Nice. We have a generator as we lived on solar power for 8 years, and we had the generator as a backup. Now we have no issues. Rainy, that's so exciting.
Yay!
Congrats. That's
Way to
very,
go.
very.
I'm telling you, nothing is as hard. Well, I was gonna say nothing is as hard as the first 1,000, but for some reason for me, getting from 2,500 to 2,600 took 2 years. I don't know why, but it did. But that first 1,000 feels like it takes forever.
We have a Katie.
We have a Katie.
We do have a Katie.
Hello, hello.
Perfect timing because we're talking about Get a Clue.
Oh, yay.
Perfect timing. Katie is my co-host for Team Scarlet. So
Go
even
Team
more
Scarlet.
reason to join Team Scarlet. Katie, what are you doing tonight?
I literally just got home from work. So, like, immediately. So, hopefully, relaxing. That's the goal.
Nice. I like that. I support that for you. Very nice. Am I behind in the comments again? Probably.
Not by much if you are.
Really? That's so rare. I don't actually know where I was any longer. I unclicked the comment to let Katie in, and I've lost myself. There we go.
There you are. That's where you are.
Okay. I was like, it was Rainy hitting 600 subscribers. That was the last thing we did.
That's the last thing we talked about.
Ate dinner and watched some YouTube. Also, for anyone who is here, if you are not subscribed to either of these lovely people on the screen, their links are in the description box. So you just have to click it and hit subscribe. It's very simple. And they both put out great content and do sprints. So, like, do the things. Still here. You haven't lost your power yet. I'm so glad. I'll just keep hoping for you that you don't. But have water jugs in the bathroom and getting dinner done and showers taken early. Our whole house lets down. No heat, no water, no stove, but we do have battery packs and candles. That's so hard. Asking Santa for a generator. Yes. Generators are the way to go. They really are. We have a generator, but we can't hook it up to the house power because apparently it's unsafe. Don't know more about it. My parents just tell me we can't. Gotcha. So we have to run extension cords to the refrigerator or the air conditioner. Yeah, I don't know how to hook it up. I just know that I reap the benefits of it. I would not know what to do. I do know how to refill the gas, but that
is the extent of my knowledge.
But that's really the same as putting gas in a car. So that's probably the reason why I know how to do it.
I know how to put wood in the wood stove as far as I get. Like how to make it burn longer or slower or higher. I don't know how to do any of that, but I know how to open the door and put more wood in. I got that.
Mm-hmm. Read 4 chapters, which is technically my goal for the week. So that worked out well. You're already done your goal for the week. Awesome.
And it's only Tuesday.
I know. That's fantastic. Also, we have a Halo Bolt, really big portable phone charger. And we realized we can plug in the router to that to get Wi-Fi. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. Because the internet is life, really. We Sold Our Souls is the worst book I've ever read. Literally 0 stars.
Wow.
It was my last book of 28 and 28 in February, and it was the 28th. And I just needed to finish this horrible book. And everyone was like, DNFing. And I was like, I don't have time to read anything else. And did I speed it up to 3 times speed to get through it? Absolutely, I did.
Well, see, you just need to be like me. And like, I'm doing 31 in 31 days, but I count anything I DNF. Because part of the goal is to get books off of my TBR. So technically it's still off of my TBR because I've read it enough to know that I don't want to read it. So most of the things I've DNF'd this month, I DNF'd after the 50% mark. So, still read a lot of it, but there were some that I DNF'd at like 2 chapters.
That's smart. I should have done that.
I'm at a solid 13 books, I think, but like 20 overall. And that's not counting that I DNF'd whole series, and I only counted those as 1 book.
Right.
So, but like I actually physically took whole series off of my shelves.
Right.
It was fantastic.
That would be kind of freeing to get rid of. stuff.
I've been doing that for the last 2 years. It's been the best thing ever. Like going from 300 unread books to 50 is so wonderful.
Pause the kitty cat. What are your pet peeves when it comes to novels? Does it depend on genres, or are there pet peeves for all novels? Miscommunication drives me foolish. Talk like adults. Be
I
grown.
talk like an adult would.
I could understand if like miscommunication is like for a chapter or two, because like even grown-ups, we don't always talk immediately, but a whole book, I can't do a whole book
No,
where they don't talk to each other.
I so agree.
I always like I have different problems with different styles of books, so yeah, depending on the genre. Like if it's a YA book, I need there to be a really good reason why the adults are doing absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be a good reason. Like if you give me a good reason, I'm here for it. But like there needs to be a reason.
Yeah.
And like in romance, I can't do the betting trope. No way, shape, or form. Like if there's a bet involved, I immediately DNF and walk away.
Does it have to be a bet? Like, can it be a bet that's outside of the relationship, or is it like just relationship?
The relationship itself.
Yeah.
Like whether it's someone, like even if it's like work related, like someone told me that I needed to infiltrate this other company, so I have to ask like their CEO on a date. Like that's enough for me to be
Mhm.
like, if
That's-
both parties in the fake relationship don't know that it's a fake relationship, I'm out.
I mean, that's a pretty good standard to have.
I can't do it. It makes me so like, ugh.
Mm-hmm. This is the first book I've read by him. I really want to read The Final Girls Support Group because I've heard that one is good. And yes, puppets have voices. Yeah.
Ugh.
I don't think I could do creepy puppet voices in an audiobook. I really don't think I can. Got a whole chapter read of my shifter romance at 36%. Nice. Loved The Witch's Heart. I ended up bawling my eyes out. Oh, that's I love a good book cry, but I need to know about it ahead of time. And here's everyone telling you what team to join. We've got Plum and Scarlet and White. And hi to Katie. And I heard a cat who has the cat. Oh, in the chat, does someone have I would assume it was Jess, because I don't have a cat.
I mean, she's not in here, but that doesn't mean she's not sitting out. I also have a bird who meows, so
I also have a cat, but I don't think she's in here either. I have a cat and a dog, so
Was it the Pomodoro Kitty going off telling us this fridge chat was over?
probably.
that comment was before that
It was
happened.
before that. I thought it might be, so then I was like, I don't know if it was.
It was. It might have been Merlin outside the door because she does that sometimes, but it also could have been the bird, who this week has really taken to making police siren sounds. So
I love that your bird makes random noises. That's fantastic.
she's a trooper.
I think this is a crime that your husband works for a generator company and you don't have one. Like, sir, I need one. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, sir. I'm gonna need you to fix that.
I have a customer complaint. I DNF'd a book last night after 6 pages. I don't know if I can count that one.
I would.
Count it. You're getting it off your shelves.
I mean, if it was a book that you were reading to just fulfill a prompt and you had no interest in reading it, then I wouldn't count it. But if it's a book that you had interest in reading and now you don't, I count that. Unless whatever you're doing, the rules are different. Sometimes readathons have different rules.
Yeah,
and
because
you have to follow the
competitive
rules.
readathons sometimes have like a certain amount.
Yeah.
14 pages left. Consider doing 30 and 30 in November during my readathon, but I doubt that's a good idea. Rainey, you're going to have so much work to do during that readathon. I love you, but I don't think that's the best plan that you've ever had in your life.
You can give it a shot, though.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you could just like be lenient with yourself, you know.
Like if you're not going to be upset if you don't reach it.
Right. Listen to the Fragile Threads of Power for one more sprint, then I'm going to switch to another book. Nice. Hold on. My comments just did weird things. Everyone's congratulating Rainy. We love it. Sorry about the typos. No worries. I can read around typos. It's totally fine. Half the time it's the middle of the day and mine is a mess. So like, it's fine. Nicole is close to 600. So, you know, if anyone wants to go do that, you should, because Nicole sprints twice a week for 8 hours or to 13 hours if ML can convince her to do so. One night I went to bed with Nicole and then I woke up and Nicole was still sprinting.
That's a lot of hours.
I was like, oh, hi. It was nice to end the day and start the day with Nicole. It was great.
It's a lot of hours.
When it comes to opposite attract or enemies to lovers, I need a reason why one or both people in the relationship don't act like each other instead of mindless verbal jabbing at each other. That's fair. There does kind of need to be a good reason why they're enemies. And sometimes in contemporary romance, I feel like it just doesn't, because there is no like really reason why two people would hate each other to that extent who don't know each other. You know? Yeah. In dark romance, yes, it works because obviously, you know, there's
usually something else involved in a dark romance or
right.
a fantasy romance, but like
contemporary romance.
Unless it's like the Hatfields and McCoys, there's not a lot of that in contemporary romance. So
really not. This one does have actual enemies to lovers because it's a mafia romance. So it's two dueling mafia families. You know, those are enemies, you know.
I heard the cat that time.
This is
Me
mine.
too.
It's mine.
There we go. We figured out whose cat it was. What's your cat's name?
Valkyrie.
Oh, I love that. Hi, Anne. Reading Wild by Cheryl Strayed. Only a few pages in, not sure what to think yet. However, heard good reviews about it. The only thing I know about that book is that they did Lorelai did the walk of this in the Gilmore Girls remake.
Oh yeah.
That's all I know. It's the extent of my knowledge on that book.
Me too.
Recently got a lot of audiobooks from Libby. I've been waiting for since summer, like the Britney Spears autobiography and Iris Kelly Doesn't Date by Ashley Herring Blake. I need to read Britney Spears' book.
I just finished it earlier today. It's so sad. Like, it's good.
Oh, yeah.
It's good, but it's so sad.
Yeah. I need to read that because my 90s heart just needs that in my life. My script renews tomorrow, and the first book I'm listening to is the Britney Spears autobiography, right? All of us 90s children or above are like, yay.
It's short too. It's not very long.
No, I figured it was going to be like the same length as like I'm Glad My Mom Died,
which I also haven't read. So
you should
be prepared though.
I don't know that I can.
It's rough.
Fair.
Yeah, I don't know that that's the book for me.
That's fair. It's rough. It's powerful, and luckily, because she's a performer and is a comedian, there's humor to the darkness to lighten it, thankfully, because it needs it. I think if there wasn't, it would be just like
to warn you, there's no humor in Brittany's book.
I wasn't.
So,
I there would
no.
Not one known for her humor. No. No. But I just need to read it. Yeah. So it's the same length as I'm Glad My Mom Died. So that makes sense. Yeah. I should see if my script will let me have it. I doubt it until I renew.
I don't think I'm in script jail currently.
I feel like I probably am. So I don't think it's going to let me have it until it renews, but I will be listening to it immediately upon that, which it should be only a couple of days. So that should be fine. But we are going to jump into our next sprint, and I will see everyone in 45 minutes. Hello. I finished the short story that I tried to finish during the first sprint. And then I read 48 pages of Tunnel of Bones. And there's nothing better than a middle grade to make you feel like you can accomplish so much in a sprint.
That's very true.
It's like, oh, if only I could read adult books that quickly. How did you all do?
I am at about 30 minutes left of Witches, which is great.
It's good.
And I got some more of the planner done. And I'm currently working on some kind of a spread for the readathon.
Nice.
I'm
Not
drawing
to-
a clue board.
Ooh.
Not to be distracted, but tell me more about this planner. Like bullet journal?
Yeah, bullet journaling. I'm attempting to.
So you're talented.
No, we discussed
Me
before
too.
you got here. I use stickers and draw straight lines.
Straight lines is talent.
I mean, I have a ruler though.
Well, I didn't have all the information. I still think it's talent. I can't do it.
I think it's inspirational to start a journal because some people make me feel like there's no way I could start a journal. But like
Yeah,
you are of my level and I'm like, I could do that. Like that's doable. Stickers, straight lines, I can do that.
yeah, stickers and straight lines. My the first one I ever did really didn't that was my first reading spread. Like it didn't turn out awful.
Oh, that looks really good.
With like
I
a
like it.
little mini flip page. Like
That looks so good.
she didn't do
very
too bad.
I love it.
That was last October. That was my first bullet journal. So trying, man. I'm trying.
I've always wanted to do one, honestly, but I'm nervous that I'm going to buy like all the supplies, and as soon as I start, I'm going to make a mistake, and then it's over. It's game over.
You know,
Understand
I've
this.
been doing planners for years. I'm old. I've been doing planners forever. I did the Carpe Diem planners for like 4 or 5 years, and I did Happy Planner for like 4 or 5 years. So I have like this plethora of stickers and colored pens and stuff already anyway. And I was like, I'm just gonna go bullet journaling. Do I have even more stuff now? Yeah,
Mhm.
it's okay. It's fine. But yes, always start one.
You can never have too much of something.
I'm gonna make everybody nauseous, but like that's my pin collection.
Oh, I just love that though. It's so organized so nicely.
But I also have this guy is all markers too.
Oh, I love it.
I do love it.
I have a lot of stuff. But I don't have children, so I can buy things.
See, that's true because children really eat up the budget quite significantly.
They're expensive.
They're expensive people. You should, like I said earlier, my son's already made a Christmas list for Santa,
Yeah.
and I'm like, little does he know, Santa.
It's me.
Katie, how did you do?
I was distracted, but I ate some dinner, and I have been rereading Hoogie. I am obsessed with these webtoons so much. I just got the 3rd volume, so I'm rereading the first 2 so I can finish.
Nice. We love a graphic novel. We had some people join in that sprint. Hello, Amber. Hello, Julie. Jen got to 58% of A House with Good Bones and finished a section of diamond painting. Got to 57% of The Fragile Threads of Power. Everybody's making good progress in their books. Almost done with editing clips for my book of the month backlog vlog. Nice. I'm excited to watch this vlog because for me, I know book of the month is a prompt for Clue for a lot of people for extra prompts. And book of the month has only been in Canada for like teeny tiny amount of time. So I don't know what books were really part of book of the month prior to that. So all of like Bree did a video on book of the month and you. So that will help me know what books I can do because
I think I also linked somewhere in the Discord the page on Book of the Month where you can go through every past month.
Oh, perfect.
You have to like keep clicking the see more button at the bottom, like, 10 times, but you can get to where it is literally every book they've ever offered for their monthly selection, not including the add-ons, just the monthly,
Okay, awesome.
which I think is what we're supposed to be choosing from. So
Yeah, that makes sense. No, that's great. I'll have to look at that in the Discord.
yeah, I think it's just in like the general chat in Discord.
Perfect. Hi Mel, how are you? Managed to get all the fabric cut for the Patreon bag tutorial, and I'm about to cut the fabric for the matching purse. Sadly, no reading, too much math involved.
That's fair.
That makes perfect sense. I mean, the fact that you can make bags and do all these things is just fantastic because I cannot. That is not my gifting. Did some random stuff, but started cleaning now that y'all are chatting. I've done that many times during a sprint. I'm like, I'll read during the sprint, and then while I'm listening to the chat, I'll do like dishes or something.
Mm-hmm.
Multitask. Finished my book. Nice. What did you give it? What is your star rating? Did you like it? Did you not like it? I have questions. Enjoying it, creepy, but with some humor. Nice. Finished eating dinner, cleaned up dinner, and put the trash out. Finally sitting down to read. Nice. Yes, start a journal. I was very intimidated, but all the Bougie channels. But then I saw Gavin do one, and I thought, you know what? I can do that. Now I love it. That's fair. I think I just need to put less pressure on it to be perfect.
Oh, yeah. I can't.
Yeah, that's my problem, is that I want it to be like, I'm kind of like Katie, like I'd make one mistake and then I'd be like, well, that's the end of that. Like I need to take the perfection away from it, which is like, I think crafting and all those kind of like creative things, you kind of have to take the perfection out of it or you'll never do anything because.
I always start with pencil. Pencil is my friend.
That's smart.
And I am not afraid to, when I royally mess something up, to cut a page out of the back of the book and then paste it over that page and start over.
That's a good idea. That's a good tip.
I have done that many times.
Almost done with chapter 20, but might have to switch to my other book because I shouldn't be reading this book at night. There.
You're getting scared.
If you go back a couple of weeks, I was reading Voices in the Snow, and there's definitely a moment on Tuesday night sprints where I was the only one still awake in the house, and I was on sprints, and I was like, it's too late to be reading this.
Voices in the Snow is that the like sci-fi one, or is that the one?
No,
Yeah,
it's the
okay.
sci-fi one. Mm-hmm.
I get that one and the one where they're like going to a cabin in the mountains, like a secluded. They're going to like a hotel.
Okay.
Same author, but I get those two confused. I can't remember the title, but I've read them both this year. And like, so whenever we talk about them, I'm like, which one is it? Because I don't remember.
No, it's the sci-fi one.
Yeah, that's the one I read on the way back from Julian Amber's. And I have no idea what I had, but whatever it was an 8-hour drive, and I had to pull over to throw up like twice, mostly outside of the car.
Oh.
So it was not my favorite book I ever read, but I think it was mostly just situational.
Probably. But yeah.
Probably.
Wrote no reading for me until chapters are written. I mean, writing is great progress. Finished your book. I only do Boujou for my reading journal. I can't Boujou for my life because then I'll spend all my time doing that instead of actually doing the things I'm supposed to be doing. That's fair. That makes sense. Use it as procrastination from all those adulting tasks.
It's productive procrastination.
Right? Little brother has already made a list for Santa and each of us, Mommy and the other siblings.
It's prepared.
I love how kids are like, it's the fall. I must prepare for Christmas. I knew what you meant. I can also go by the name Bethany. That works too. Might be 18, but don't worry. I'll be starting my Christmas list soon. Yeah. I mean, Mom has already been like, what do you want for Christmas? Because when you're an adult, it's just they just ask and they're like, what do you want? I'm like, I don't know. I hate trying to find, 'cause if I need something, I've already gotten it for myself. That's the thing.
Same.
Oh yeah.
So like, I don't know what to put on that list, because if I need it, I've gotten it. And if I need it now, I'm going to get it before Christmas because I need it. So like, and it's October. Back, finished Death in Her Hands. And I think I really liked it, ? I like that I like that you're still processing. My brain is confused, but it was good, I think. Editing a video. Read 172 pages, and I'm loving this book so much. Did you read 172 pages during the sprint?
That's a lot.
That's amazing. I know people can do this too, because there's people here that do read that much in a sprint. And I'm like, I want to be you when I grow up.
When I grow up, can I be you?
Can I be you? Because could never. I'm happy I read 48 of a middle grade in that amount of time. So it's amazing to me that people can read that fast. Made it to 61%. Hello, Caitlin. Working on Fall of Ruin and Wrath tonight. Going to be Thriller edition of Book of the Month backlog and should be going up on the 1st. Nice. I'll be looking for that. Book of the Month is not sent to Australia, which is why that list is good, because for the readathon, if anyone's here who didn't know or didn't hear this, if Book of the Month has had that book, you don't have to have the Book of the Month copy for it to count for the prompt. It can just be like Dark Corners was a Book of the Month book.
Yeah.
I have it on Kindle. It still would work.
Just has to have been a Book of the Month pick.
Mm-hmm.
Any copy of that book.
Exactly. I am both sad and happy about that. Honestly, I don't even get Book of the Month for Canada anymore, because with the shipping, it doesn't make it worth it. Because we don't get free shipping or anything like that with Book of the Month. So it doesn't. And with the exchange rate, again, you're then to the point where I might as well just go to Indigo and get my book there.
I only use it for thrillers because I am that person who likes my series to match.
Yeah.
And like, there's not a guarantee that they will pick up a series.
Mm-hmm.
So, and sometimes thrillers also become a series, like Dark Corners.
Mm-hmm.
But those I'm a little more easy to like not care if they don't match than like a romance series. So I only do it for thrillers because I don't have to worry about them matching.
Well, and that was a series that we didn't know was going to be a series until it was a series. So, that's a thing. Book of the Month for Clue. I don't know if every team has that as an extra prompt, but some do.
Yeah.
I don't actually know what all the extra prompts are for the other team. I only know Miss Scarlet, but I know a lot of people are talking about it, so I'm thinking it's at least for a couple of other teams.
Yeah. I'm assuming that everybody has like that prompt and your team's color on the cover is a prompt. Like, there are some assumptions that can be made.
There is. Yeah. So I know it's a Team Scarlet prompt. Other than that, I have no idea. Switching to historical romance, Glory and the Master of Shadows by Grace Calloway. Got erasable pens, Rainey recommended in making her annotation cart video. Oh, nice. I would say I would love to say I read, but instead I took a shower. I mean, that's productivity. We all need to shower. So I think that's a win. Most crafters don't like their own work. They see all the mistakes, and we have to remind ourselves that no one else will see it.
There are also multiple people who are YouTubers who do bullet journaling, and a lot of them will have videos on like how to correct mistakes, like different ways to correct a mistake. I love watching those because it like really gives you ideas when you like, just mess something small up and you're like, what am I going to do? And they're like, just like put a sticker on it or, make a fold out that goes on that spot or whatever. And it's like, this is genius.
Yeah, there's a ton of content where you can just watch people like put together their pages and everything. I've spent too many hours doing that.
It's honestly so relaxing to watch. Jess, can you or Katie, would someone like to explain this in depthly? Because I certainly would not be the expert as to what this is. I know the general, but not.
Are you just asking like what does Bujo mean?
I think so.
That's just bullet journal, like the shortened version of a
Yeah,
bullet journal.
a bullet journal is with the dots, though, right? Like that's what.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bullet journals have dot grid lines. Usually, I know people that do them with graphs. I learned the other day that someone uses the hexagons that they have for like scientists who draw atoms and stuff. There are people who use those to bullet journal with. I'm not your girl, but I would love to see it. So, I mean, it's just a fun way to plan where you can put things where you want to put them instead of going off
Having
of
like set lines.
Yeah, going off of what the person who sold it to you told you were supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
And like the original like bullet journal, like the person who originally like created it, like it was supposed to be a very, very simple thing. So like people tend to make it more aesthetic now. But like if you look up just bullet journaling in general, it's just pen and paper, simple. So it can be whatever you want it to be that motivates you to, you know, actually write things down and do it.
Mm-hmm. Bought a bunch of books for Christmas presents the other day. They are on their way according to the Postal Service. Ordered a journal for next year and a bunch of washi tape and some stamps. That's fun. So true. As an adult, I'm like, pay for my groceries or my mortgage, maybe. Can we ask for mortgage payments for Christmas? I didn't know that was an option.
I got a new mattress last year for Christmas from my mom.
That's a good one.
I was informed that it was like 2 Christmases and 2 birthdays worth of mattress.
I mean,
so but I'm okay with that because my back feels great.
Still worth it. New mattress is definitely worth it.
Sure.
Read that during 2 sprints. I mean, still during 2 sprints, 172 pages. Amazing. Do they charge shipping if you get audiobooks for Book of the Month? I don't know in Canada if that's true because they did not sell audiobooks when I was subscribed to Book of the Month, but I can't see how they would because they're not shipping you anything.
I didn't know that they had audiobooks.
That they didn't when I was a member, so that's how I don't know the details, but I cannot see how.
Yeah, I just joined because of their audiobooks. And I got like none of this is true. And yeah. But I technically did like the deal, so I only paid like $5 to join. But I don't know how they could do that, but honestly, who knows?
I just don't know how they could justify it.
I mean, I still have a Book of the Month subscription and I didn't know that, so it's fine.
Fair.
Yeah. Finished dinner and read 15 pages. Always say perfection is the thief of joy. That's true. This is true. What do you think I should read next? The September House or a memory called Empire? I have not read either of these.
Me neither.
I read the September House.
So we'll throw it to Katie.
It just depends. So the September House, like it is horror, but like it doesn't necessarily read as horror. It's like very lighthearted and funny, but like I don't know how to describe it. It's basically like this couple lives in this haunted house, and every September that the house is bad. Like walls will bleed and there's a bunch of ghosts and there's this bad man that lives in the basement. Yeah, so I mean it was easy to listen to. I finished it in like a day and a half, but it depends because if you want something like scary, well, it's not necessarily scary. I'd say it's more funny, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So there you go. It depends on your mood. What are you in the mood for? Mortgage payments for Christmas would be amazing. That would be fantastic. That would be great. They just started audiobooks in the past few months. So there you go.
Things I learned.
We didn't know. We are at the end of the comments. So I am going to do a sprint, but it's going to have to be an hour if that's okay with everybody. Because I have to put my kid to bed.
Good luck.
Thanks. Thank you. Some nights we need that. But I will be back and I will see you all in an hour. Hello. We're back. I ended up reading 92 pages of Tunnel of Bones. I love how fast middle grade reads at 2 times speed. How'd you guys do?
I finished Witches
Yay.
and started reading Survive the Night,
Ooh.
which is,
Interesting.
supposedly the worst Sager, but also the only one I haven't read yet. So I'm being a completionist and at least giving it a shot.
Okay. I'll be interested to see what you think of it.
If nothing else, I want to not only just to be a completionist, but because so many of his books are like love them or hate them. When I recommend them to people, I like to be able to say, like when a new one comes out, I like to be able to say, okay, so I liked this one, and this one, and I hated this one, and this one, and this one, and I liked the new one. So if you liked the same 3 that I liked, you might like this one, and it makes it makes
fair.
sense.
Bree finished Survive the Night, and I don't think Bree liked it. I DNF'd it at 90 some pages.
I haven't seen anyone who has liked it, so
I'm interested to see what you think.
It's on my TBR. I have like 2 Sager books that I haven't read, and I think it's the new one, like the one with like the cliff on it. I can't think of what it's called. Like The Only One Left, something like that.
Only One Left.
And then Survive the Night. Otherwise, I've read all the other ones.
Katie, how did your spring go?
I read not very much, but I read it. I tried in spirit. I basically, when it's nighttime and I have to go to work tomorrow, my attention span is just bad.
That's fair. That makes sense. I love that you have a cat behind you, though.
Yes, she, when she wants to be here, she likes attention when she wants to.
Mm-hmm. As all cats are. They only want us to pay attention to them when they deem that that's necessary.
Merlin did come in. She's laying on the bed giving herself a bath currently, so. But normally if she hears voices, that's when she has to run to the camera so she can show all of the internet her butthole. So.
I mean, if you got it, flaunt it.
That's weird.
Yeah. Hi, Courtney. How are you? Finished The Tin Man. Would recommend. But now I have to pick my next read, and I'm stuck between 1984 or The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. Both great reads.
2 very different books.
Very different books. I personally, I liked both of these books, but I agree with Katie.
Yes. Same.
I agree with Katie on that one. Reached 84% of House of Sky and Breath.
It's a lot of pages.
I mean, 84%. That is a lot of book.
So exciting.
So much book.
That's like 3 normal books.
Really. It's so many pages. It's so chunky. Didn't read during that sprint. Cooked dinner and organized some of my book stats. Nice. Finished filming and made some pasta and salad for dinner. That sounds delicious. I can pretty much eat pasta all the time if someone would allow me to. That would be fine.
Yeah.
I would be living my best life. Got to 63% of Sour Candy. I might finish it tonight. I've seen that cover. It's a horror, right? I'm not crazy. I think. 133 pages. Caitlin, amazing. Doing all the things in one sprint. Got to 9% of When I'm Dead. Oh, and I did look during that sprint, and I can get Brittany's memoir on Scribd. I'm not locked out. So I feel like tomorrow I should just change what I plan to do and do that.
You're not in Scribd jail?
I'm not. Shockingly enough, I apparently am allowed to have that, which is amazing.
I haven't read. I don't know what the rules are because they don't tell you, and that's my only gripe with them. I want them to be transparent with the rules. But I haven't gotten any books from them for 3 or 4 months.
Mhm.
And this month I've done like 6 and I'm still not in script jail. So I don't know if they're like overlapping, like letting me roll them over or what the case is.
I've
But I'm
noticed
not
that it
mad.
depends on what books I read. So, like, the
Yeah.
more popular they are, the less of them I'm going to get.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I've
the
read,
newer
like, 6
releases, I only get a couple.
Yeah, I've read like 6 popular books.
Really?
Like fairly newer releases, popular books. Yeah, I've been very surprised this month. I was like, is it because I haven't used one for a while? And they're like, girl, you're paying us and you're not using it? Or am I just lucky?
That might be.
Lucky.
Maybe that's the thing.
I think lucky, but normally I think too it has something to do with publishers. I think if you read a certain amount from certain publishers, they have to restrict it. But if you're reading popular books, I would say you're lucky. You're lucky.
Yeah.
Someone should like do some sort of like keeping track of when you get like what you've taken and what got you locked out. Because I'm sure there's some rhyme or reason to it. It seems to be very arbitrary.
I just want them to tell me what it is so I can make an informed decision.
Yeah.
Well, because my biggest fear is I've literally heard people say that like they've paused in the middle of an audiobook and then lost it. Like where Scrib then took it away and was like, come back next month. And I was like, I simply would delete the app and move on.
No, that's never happened to me. Now, I do tend to download them
Yeah, me too.
versus just reading them off the player. So maybe that's why. But no, that's never happened to me. And
I always
sometimes
download
I can
them.
sometimes glitch the lock and still get the audiobook. It depends. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It just depends on the day, the time.
Or as other people on the internet may tell you, that's when you just sign up for a 30-day free trial with a new email.
Or that,
But you didn't hear that from me.
you know, there's so many ways around it.
I've never done that. Like, actually, I have never done that, but I'm not beyond doing that if it were to lock me out halfway through a book.
I've absolutely done it.
I definitely have done it when I was a smaller booktuber and didn't want to pay for StreamYard. Definitely did it for StreamYard for free hours.
I mean,
Then that became annoying and I was just like, fine.
I pay for StreamYard and I just have like friends that have backdoor access to it as well. My StreamYard's connected to like 7 channels.
I mean, if you can split it, Kelsey and I split it because it just makes sense.
It's excessive, but you know, I have Canva Pro as well, and I just like I'll have people from the weekend relay that we do. A lot of time, sometimes I'll have like clip art that's not of the free, and I'm like, if you want to use it for your thumbnail, just send me your email and I'll put you in the club long enough for you to get your thumbnail made and save it, and then you'll be out of the club. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I just leave people in there. There's people in there that have been there for like a year. I haven't had to, you know what I mean? No one else has needed the spot, so they're just there. It's
We
fine.
share the resources here.
You know, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
You do. Switched to my other book, and I'm 278 pages into it. Amazing. Hello. Just joined in that sprint and got to page 184 of Cleat Cute by Meryl Wilsner. I need to read this at some point. Now all ready for filming my tutorial. Nice. Liked Riley Sager's books, but the only one left is by far my favorite. I gave it 5 stars. Everyone tells me, because I have given up on Riley Sager. I've sworn off. But everyone tells me I need to try this one because it's so good.
It's probably my favorite.
Everyone's
Have you liked any of them?
no.
You haven't liked any.
The highest I've given is a 3-star. So do with that as you will.
Which one did you give a 3-star to?
The Last Time I Lied.
Okay. I like that one. You know, you probably would like it then. Not that it has like similar plot twists, but I feel like it's got like a similar kind of vibe, you know, because you're learning like what actually happened when her whole family was killed. So obviously like there's some lies involved. We're learning things. You might like it.
I might. It's also gothic horror, which I do like gothic horror. So, well, it's not horror, it's thriller, but it's got gothic vibes. So,
It's one of those ones that I say, like, don't spend your money on it. But if, like, it comes through the library, read it, give it a shot.
I know I should try it. Everyone says I will like it, but I've just been burned so many times. Got to 68% and I'm done reading for the night. Didn't finish, but I think I'll be able to finish tomorrow. You definitely will be able to finish tomorrow. The infamous Cat Booty. We have a cat timer, Cat Booty, all the things. It's a chunk for sure. Hard to feel like you're making any progress. Yeah.
Fair.
Hi, we are still here. I'm doing one more sprint. I don't know about these two, but I'm doing one more.
I'm here.
Sounds good. Want to try Riley Sager, but I'm not sure where to start. I would not be the one to answer this question, so I'm going to throw it to one of the other people.
I started at Lock Every Door, which is my least favorite.
Okay.
But then I just went to the beginning and started from the beginning. I don't know if there's a good or a bad place to start. I don't know.
I haven't read these.
You haven't read either one of those?
No.
I also started with Lock Every Door. That was my first Sager book. And then I read Home Before Dark, which I did enjoy.
Yeah. I did not like Lock Every Door. Like, I guessed the plot twist the moment the villain hit the screen. I knew exactly what was happening. And I hate that. When it's like a really good plot twist, I don't mind it so much. But like when it's literally like within them being on screen for 2 paragraphs, I can't do it.
Yeah.
And then read, I can't remember if I read Last Time I Lied or whatever the Final Girl one is. I don't know which one of those I read first. But I like The Last Time I Lied. That one's one of my favorites too. I also really like Home Before Dark. I also like House Across the Lake. So I am an anomaly. So
I liked House Across the Lake until like the end.
The plot twist.
Yeah. So like it hooked me. I was invested. I just would have preferred it not go the way it went.
I liked the way it went because like all of his other books, like he kind of toes the line of having that kind of a plot twist, and he finally went there, and I was like, good for you. You finally took the leap. Like
That's
it was
fair.
batshit bananas crazy, but he finally took the leap, and I was proud of him for like just taking it.
See, I wish he would have done the plot twist in Home Before Dark. I felt like that would have made more sense, but that's fine. You know?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I can't be a part of this conversation because I've read none of these books. I'm like,
fair.
"Oh, sounds good. Still powered and still storming and pouring. Had to turn up the volume. I did get into chapter 6 of Witchborn. Nice. Oh, Bree, have you finished Midnight is the Darkest Hour? Because I haven't started yet. I'm supposed to start on Monday on Sprints, and I'm slightly concerned that I figured out the twist from the synopsis.
What do you think the twist is?
I'm not going to tell you because if I'm right, I'm not going to ruin the whole book.
Fair.
Because it is brand new.
Message me later.
Have you read it?
I have read it.
Okay. We'll talk later.
Like, I don't even know what book it is, so you can't spoil it for me.
I literally edited out what I said in the.
That's fair. I did my rational brain
because I went, oh no, did I just do what I think I just did?
Yeah, my rational brain didn't think that through. Words came out. So yes, fair.
No, I will. Just in case, hopefully I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong.
Well, and here's another important question. Do you like the books Twilight? Do you like the Twilight books?
I mean, yeah, like back in the day. Now
Okay.
they don't reread as well as they.
Okay, just because like the main character in Midnight is the Darkest Hour, she talks about Twilight like nobody's business. They are her favorite thing in the world. So if you didn't like Edward and Bella, you would not be vibing.
You're not gonna vibe with this. Good to know. No, that won't bother me. I'm just nervous. I figured out the twist.
Perfect. Well, we'll chat.
Okay, sounds good. I'm starting it on Monday night for book club, and I went, no, I did not do that. If that is it, that's not going to be good. I'm hoping I'm wrong. Never see the twists and turns in Only One Left. It keeps reading, and I believe I read it in 2 days. That would be the one that Jess is currently reading.
Yeah.
survive the night.
Survive the night.
I DNF'd it at 90 pages.
I mean, I might.
But it actually wasn't like, it was just because it was kind of like, oh, okay, this is just how it's going.
Listen, if I get 90 pages in and I'm like, this is going nowhere, I'm going to be on the internet looking for spoilers to figure out how it ends. And that's going to be how I end the book.
Yeah, Bree told me the ending because I was like, how does it end? Okay, great.
Because that's the kind of, like, I'm nosy and I need to know how it ends, but I don't need to know that bad. I'll just look up some spoilers on the internet. It's fine.
Exactly. Goodbye, Nicole. Have a good day. And I will see you on Thursday. Couldn't think of the name to save my life. You know what? Books, character names, all the things. As soon as I finish a book, they just like leave me. My brain cannot hold that information. Me neither, till I looked it up. I was trying to look it up and the Google was like, dumb girl, what are you talking about?
That's my favorite. Like when you're trying to use Google to look something up and it's like you're looking so bad that it's like, I don't even have anything to give you.
It's like you've given me none of the keywords I need to find this.
It's second favorite to when you are spelling something and spell check tells you that the word that you are trying to write is not a real word. But like you just put an extra letter in it, but it can't figure out to just take that letter out. It's like recommending all of these other words that don't even have those letters in it.
Yes.
And I'm like,
when the spell check it just goes, no recommendations. I'm like, no, I can't be that far off that you have no idea what I'm trying to say.
It's right here.
I cannot be. Anyway, it's fine. Good night, Michaela. Thank you so much for joining. We are going to do the last sprint. Are both of you sticking around?
I have to go because I have to be up early morning. But thank you so much for letting me come hang out.
I'm sure we'll hang out tons more during Get a Clue, which I cannot believe starts next week.
It's surreal, but yes, very exciting. So yeah.
But thank you again, everyone. If you are not subscribed to Katie, the link is down below, and also Jess's is too. So do the things, and I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for coming.
Bye.
Bye. And then there were two.
Normally I go you need to be in bed, but I don't care.
We are not doing an hour for the last sprint. Let me fix that. Absolutely not. That would make it midnight here, and that's just a bit too much for me.
Yeah. Quarter till midnight's fine.
Quarter to that makes well. Then we have time to chat and be off by midnight. That's the difference. The other night I was on Nicole's and I was trying to finish a book, and like we passed midnight, and I went, I'm now useless. Nicole was trying to talk to me, and I was like, my energy levels was like, useless.
I still got plenty to do, so
yeah, me too. I'd like to get more of this book done so that I can actually read Brittany's book tomorrow. And not have vlogs go out late.
I now have a review to write, so.
Oh, fun. I hate doing those. I don't mind doing video reviews, but sitting down to like write them, I'm like, no. Okay, let's do our last sprint. I will see everyone in 45.
Hello. We are back, and that was the last sprint. I ended up reading 50 pages, got to the end of a chapter, and then went, there's only 5 minutes left. I'm not going to do anything else.
That's good. I think I'll stop there.
Right. It was, I hate ending the night in like the middle of a chapter. And by the time we're done, it's going to be like midnight, and I'm not going to want to finish it when I get off this. I'm just going to want to go to bed. So
Just gonna want the sleep.
I'm just going to want to go to bed. 'Cause the thing with children is you never know when they're going to wake up.
You know, you got a point there.
There's no guarantees in life.
You know, you got a point.
So I have to keep that in mind when thinking, oh, I'm going to stay up late.
But don't, because you're gonna be up in the middle of the night.
You just never know when the child's going to wake up. Not the middle of the night, but it could be like 4 or 5 a.m. And
That's close enough to middle of the night for me.
that's early. Lately he's been sleeping till like 8, so I'm getting spoiled. But that's when he's gonna drop it on me and be like, "Hi, we're up early.
Hi, Mom. What can we do now?
Yeah, can we play?" I'm like, "No, it's 4 a.m.
Is it time for us to play?
We must go back to bed. Thank you." How did your sprint go?
I did not read anymore, but I did write a review, and updated my trackers and planners and all of that fun stuff.
Nice.
I don't know how that was 45 minutes worth of stuff, but apparently it was.
Don't you hate that with sprints? Because sometimes I'll be like, "Oh, I can edit this in one sprint." That never is true. Like it shows me just how long things take when I do.
Yeah. Things that like you don't think take that long,
Yeah.
and then you're like halfway through it and the timer's going off and you're like, there is no world wherein that was 45 minutes. That is impossible. What happened?
Yeah, it's true. It's constantly like I think it takes me 10 minutes to do something, and clearly it takes much longer.
Much longer.
Clearly. So we had finished Legends and Lattes. It was so cute.
Good.
Yes. And I thought that was where we left off in the comments, and then I realized I totally missed these ones, so it's fine.
We had friends leaving.
It's early in the day. It's late. Early? It's almost early. we're passing into it's almost early.
We're going around in the other direction.
Mel, no worries. I hope you had a good lunch. Back to editing, and we'll go and do some grocery shopping soon. Lovely. Never read any Riley Sager. Guessing Survive the Night is not the place to start. I would say most people would agree that is probably not the one to start with.
It depends on the kind of reader you are. Because like if you can read that, like if you started that book knowing that it's like everyone's least favorite, but you may like it, then like, you know, you walk into it, and if you do DNF it, you're like, but I'll give another one a shot. Or you might go in and be like, yeah, it was okay, but I also know that it's everyone's least favorite, so there'll probably be a bunch that I really like. So it just depends on how you look at things.
That's actually a good way to look at it. That's a good way to look at it. I made it. You didn't lose your power. I'm so happy for you. Put my son to bed and finished a few chores. Now gonna watch a movie and fall asleep.
Yay.
Hello, welcome. Unfortunately, you came on the last sprint, but I have more sprints on Thursday at noon Eastern Standard Time for anyone else who needs more sprints. And Jess usually just sprints on
Saturday.
Like
I
it's
usually
one of those weekend days. I know that much.
one of those days on the weekend. I do Saturdays usually for about 6 hours. Sometimes I start at noon, sometimes I start at 4, depends on if I have to work or not. But this weekend is a weekend relay, so we're starting at 7 p.m. on Friday and going through to 7 p.m. on Sunday.
Wow. That's fun.
It's gonna be a weekend.
It's gonna be a time, but it's fun. I like those things. They're fun. Sprints occur and the world hits fast forward on time. No joke. True.
Yeah, for sure.
My son used to have to sleep in my room because he would sleepwalk. Oh, that's bad. Now at least my dad is now at least dad is a morning person. So I am up late with him and dad is up early. I don't know how you do it. You are awesome. Honestly, it's better than it was. The thing with kids with autism is they have a tendency not to sleep really well. It's kind of just a known thing. So when he was really little, it was bad. He would get up at like 1 or 2 a.m. and then we'd have to try and get him back. There was no sleep for many, many years. So the fact that we get like actual full night's sleep now is just, I feel like I prepared for lack of sleep for so long and I'm like, this is no problem. This is great.
Yeah, one of my cousins, she does fosters, and one of the kids she has right now is like a nonverbal autistic and is very much like he needs 2 hours of sleep to function.
Mhm.
And so everybody in the house is like, if you hear a noise in that room, you are to get up and go and check on him and make sure that he's just in his room chilling out because you got to sleep sometime, you know?
It's true. Yeah,
So,
it was hard when he was younger,
Yeah.
because he really did only need a couple of hours. The energy. I used to say, "You're the Energizer Bunny, bud."
Can I borrow some? Can we plug it in? Does it work that way?
We could put Red Bull out of business if I could just bottle that up, but like I can't. So I needed coffee, all the coffee, which is why I can drink coffee at all hours. When people are like, "How are you drinking coffee in the middle of the night?" I'm like, "Oh, it does very little."
I mean, that's fair.
I've drank a lot of it. Starting September House, and it's a quirky horror. I think I'm going to enjoy it. That's kind of what it was sounding like when Katie was describing it. So that's cool. Yeah, Survive the Night might not be the best place to start. Flashed a few times, but never lost internet. Oh, Bree's sprinting tomorrow. There you go. If you're looking for more sprints, Bree's sprinting tomorrow. And Danny is doing the first ever sprints on Friday. Danny,
That's exciting.
you're going to do amazing.
It's really not that bad.
No, it's more nerve-wracking when you think about it, but like you've been on sprints though. So like you've got that base level of being used to being on live.
Yeah. And I think
in the book.
most people are the biggest thing is like trying to remember to like have a timer and to like do the back end things. But I am 100% that person who's like, okay, talk amongst yourselves while I go find a timer
Yeah.
and like just tell the chat to communicate with each other. I'm going to go
Mhm.
find a timer. I'll be back in 20 seconds. You can still see my face. I'm still here, but I can't converse with you and look for what I'm looking for at the same time.
My brain does not compute that way. It just doesn't. Yeah.
I gotta pause for a minute. But yeah, it's not bad. It's really not.
I know that thing. He used to walk around the house shutting all the doors, and we had to put a special lock on the front door. We live on a highway. Oh, that is really scary.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you gotta like keep your kids safe, you know? But like, the houses are not meant to be like penetrable from the inside.
It's that thing where it's like, how much breaking the law is it to lock them in their room? And is that more beneficial or hurtful for them?
When Matt was little, we put a baby gate on his door. So then he couldn't get out of his room without like alerting someone that he was leaving. That was perfect. But then he got big enough to walk over the baby gate and that no longer worked.
I had a niece that used to get locked in her room at night because she was a sleepwalker, and
Yeah.
they would like wake up in the middle of the night, like even with alarms and stuff on the door, she would figure out how to like, because she was like 7 or 8, like she was older. And so she would figure out like how to disable alarms and like the high locks and everything. And like they would wake up and she would be like in the middle of a field walking outside.
So scary. I'm so
Yeah.
lucky Matt doesn't do that. He literally opens his door and he just yells, "Good morning, mommy." Like, hi, coming
I'll be there in a minute.
on my way.
I mean, that's good though, you know?
Ah. Oh, we're singing in the chat, and I love that people are participating. I would sing, but I don't want a copyright strike.
I mean, it just means that everybody's as delirious as we are.
That's true. It is getting late for most people now, I feel like, you know. Oh, he broke his arm trying to climb over a baby gate. So stressful.
Again, are you hurting them or are you helping them? It's one of those, it's a fine line.
fine line trying to keep kids safe. Good thing it wasn't like a baby gate by a stair.
Mhm.
Because then,
Actually,
like,
this
fall
book that I
downstairs.
was just reading, it has two timelines. So like the one lady is like in her 80s telling the story, and when she's talking about when like everybody in the family had to work, and her youngest son, when he was little, like toddler size, they would be out in the fields and they couldn't all keep an eye on him because he just couldn't sit still. And so they dug a pit and they would put him in the pit while they were working so that he couldn't get away. And I was like, they probably really did that. That's probably a thing that people really had to do.
Probably.
Like, you know what I mean? Like if you just
Mhm.
had, because they don't, like little kids like that, you can't tell them because they don't know, you
They
know?
don't know not to run away or crawl away or
You just had to put him in a pit by himself so you could get your work done in the field. I was like, wow, that's a thing. All right.
my eldest climbed over a gate and got into the fridge and tried to make breakfast on the floor.
Ooh.
You know, that's a thing. I
When
love
I've watched the kids, I've always been that like, if you wake up before me, there are Pop Tarts on the chair next to the refrigerator. Like that's you're allowed to have Pop Tarts, and I will wake up and they'll just be on the couch with the remote watching cartoons with Pop Tarts. Now, this is the best part of being an aunt is I can just fill them full of sugar,
Mhm.
and I get to sleep in.
Right. Yes.
It's fantastic.
I think these are the moments where in the moment this is a very stressful thing, like to see that kind of mess, but in hindsight, it's funny.
It is, yeah. When you're looking at it on the other side, it's
Correct.
hilarious. But in the
In
moment, you're
hindsight,
like,
it's funny. In the moment, you're about to have a meltdown and lock yourself in a closet and and need like some sort of sugary snack to survive it, you know?
you're gonna go to the closet and call your parent and be like, your grandchild just did a thing, and I can't do it. I can't do it. Like, I'm not gonna be okay.
Yeah, I definitely don't. My parents are like, no, he's so sweet. He would never do something like that. I'm like, you clearly have no idea. I mean, he's trying to be sweet. He's trying to make breakfast. That is sweet. But like also it's all over the floor, you know? It's both things.
Yeah.
So see, we understand each other.
Yeah.
You know. Respect-
My sister used to call me when my niece was little, like when she was toddler age, and she would just be like, when you get off work in an hour, I need you to come and get your niece. It's your turn. Because she was a single mom. And so she would like, it is your turn. I'm done for the day. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah. I think every parent of small kids, you need those breaks or you're just gonna lose it. Once they get
Yeah.
older, it's a little bit easier, obviously, because they can kind of like do certain things for themselves. But young kids, it's a lot when they're little. But that is the end of the sprints. And that is the end of the night for us. Again, we have sprints. We kind of went through them Thursday for me. Jess has got them Friday all weekend.
All the whole weekend.
The whole weekend. Danny's got some on Friday. Bree's got some tomorrow. So there's sprints all over town, which is great. We love that. But we are gonna head out and I will see everyone on Thursday.